We're back. Full board vision. Back at the board. And we're not going to waste any time this week, chatting about the media team. Waste of time. Besides which, I don't have a media team anymore. So there's not much to talk about there. It's just me. It's just me and the game of chess. And here we are. We're in a Sicilian. Love the open Sicilians. Against Alla Targo. So let's go d4. Trade in the middle. d6. So this could lead to a dragon, a Najdorf. Looks like a dragon. Should be 3? Probably. Kind of normally is knight f6 in the position, not knight c6. So looks like we're going to get to a dragon, but by a slightly different move order. Unless they opt for like queen b6. I don't think you can play queen b6 there. Okay, so knight g4 is a threat, so we don't want to castle long, so we play f3 to stop knight g4. They'll probably castle short. We'll castle long, and then we'll see what they got for us. Meanwhile, shout out to Harris Heller for the stream beats. I know it's not everyone's favourite music. But I think it works. Now then, Alla Targo has reached this. Well, not quite the tabia of the Sicilian dragon yet. I'd say that's like, the English attack in the Sicilian dragon. With short castle, long castle, and then they often play d5, which is a pawn sacrifice. I think it's like a forced draw if you take it for black. Or they can decide to play on and try and create complications and attack you on the queen side, having all of their pieces looking over there. But kind of unusual to be thinking here, because pretty much I think everyone plays castles here. Or they're in the position where they've already played castles and the knight's back on b8, they play knight c6. So maybe there are options. Maybe there's bishop d7. Maybe there's queen c7 or queen a5, or I don't know. There may be options. I don't mind a bit of a time advantage. Gives me time to do some essential work in the background, which involves taking this empty glass and this full bottle. d5 already. d5 already. Now that's kind of a bit different. Is that a pawn sacrifice? No, maybe it isn't then. Hang on, so if we trade here, then there'll be 3 defenders on that guy and 3 attackers, so that's not a pawn sack. Okay, I think we should just castle long and get to a position we know, unless we think there's some mileage in either of these trades. And now this bishop b5. Maybe we've got that option. Yeah, I don't see what it does really. Okay, if we do castle long and they take on e4, does that harm us? Maybe that is a threat. Maybe we should take that seriously. So we castle long and they capture here. Guess we take on c6. They take us, we take them. They're going to take back on c6. And then, yeah, it's kind of weird. They'll capture, we'll capture, they'll take back. And we've got an isolated e-pawn, they've got an isolated c-pawn. But probably we've got better development, so let's just go ahead and do it. All right, okay, and that's what happened. So we're back in the position which would have occurred by the more normal move order. So we're going to take on c6 and play bishop c4, using the fact that this d pawn is pinned. Cannot capture the c4 bishop, as we will win an exchange after a trade of queens. So, what do they do here? Can't play queen c7 because this pawn is just hanging. If you play e6, okay, fair enough. Do we drop back with the bishop or do we start trading? And the bishop's still not actually attacked. So maybe we could just play h4. I don't really want to be reacting to that, so I'm going to drop the bishop back to b3. And then we'll start pushing h4, h5. Maybe it wasn't necessary to drop back bishop b3. Maybe we needed to take the initiative there. Don't know. Anyway. Let's see how it pans out. But first, let's do this important work in the background. All right, alla Targo. Allah Targo. 2012. Queen c7 now, but isn't that pawn hanging? Like, oh no, it's not. Okay, it's been defended. Oh, but hang on. Okay, it's defended with a pawn. Okay, knight b5 is going to come in if they take back with the c pawn, which is probably what they want to do. Maybe they want to take back with the e pawn actually. We could advance. I don't really like that. Or we could try and get in. Maybe that's what we should do. I quite like that. Quite like that idea. So the pawns on the light squares here are creating these weaknesses on the dark squares. So we target our bishop and our knight both take aim on those dark squares. Okay, so our opponent reroutes their knight to try and cover these dark squares. Okay, but this is plot the bishop in, so if we do take here and they capture back, it's not quite as good looking as it was. I think we should just go ahead and... Someone just sneezed very loud in the background there. Just go ahead and start pushing. I guess c5 might be played now, which I've overlooked. That could be a problem. c5. Looks bad. Looks really bad for us. Okay, we'd have to play knight back to c3. We'll try to capture here. Then c4, and take on e6 and just hope. Doesn't look good. c5 looks really bad for us. Really bad. First frame, lads, first frame. Oh, opponent's disconnected. I've got a chance. All right, so what do we do? Reconnect. So c5. Oh, that's bad, isn't it? When you hope your opponent's disconnected, probably got a bad position, haven't you? So if they play c5, we've got to play knight c3 just to meet c4 with bishop a4, and it looks like we're just getting tonked, honestly. Yeah, c5 played. If we take here, they take there, we go there, they'll take us back. Is there some way we can get out of that? With like... Oh, hang on, then we can pin the pawn to the queen. Didn't think... Oh, no, we can't, because the bishop will have us. So we can't do that. If there's any way we can do anything like this? No, so we've just got to do this. And then lose a piece like this. Ridiculous. Oh, but hang on. Oh, God. So we go here. Even if we go there, they take this. Alright, but we do have knight b5, which is... Oh, it's the same shit, isn't it? They take us, we take that. They take us with check. What else can we do? Grim. Grim start. Okay, but this is a bit different now. Oh, I thought we could get in here. We can't do that. Alright, can we win a pawn back here? Oh, this is just a disaster. This is a straight up disaster. Okay, that's probably the best we can do, isn't it? 2 pawns for the piece and a horrendous position. It's usually a bad start, isn't it? First frame's usually bad. Right, where's knight goes here just to try and trade pieces, which we shouldn't allow, so let's try to prevent that. Try to double on the D file. Claim that we own the D file. We've got 2 pawns, which are, you know, one of them is passed. It's a passed pawn. Not very far advanced. Got to give it a go, though. How do you try and get something out of these kinds of positions where you're just, you know, dead lost? I mean, this isn't such a bad idea. Okay, let's try and make a mess, isn't it? That's what you try and do. Try and make it messy. Go for a lenal. Alright, shall we double up on the D file or push? Because if we push, we can open this. Yeah. I think we should push. Not really any entry points, so D6 is an entry point. Guess we should probably play A3 and plonk the bishop back on A2. Interesting. We could do that and hope that, you know, somehow we'll keep the king restricted. I think we should do that because honestly I can't see a world where, ooh, hang on, now they're giving us some ideas at least. It is like F4, G4, G5. E5, king takes, then there's no, you know, this rook's attacked, so it doesn't look like there's any mileage in that. But F4 will stop the king coming in here. Maybe we're alright with the king going in there, so we can double rooks. If we play G4, we'll never be able to play F4 again, so king will be defending it. So I think we should go F4. And just try for G4, G5. Okay, so our opponent is saying, I'm attacking you. Here. If we go here and they take this, we give a check, the king will advance. If we give this check, the king will advance, but then we've got G4. King takes. We are defending this pawn, so we could play a move like rook G1, threatening G4, which would be a checkmate. That was quite amusing. So if we go E5 and they go F5 and go King G1, they can try to step out. But then, okay, so we could actually go Rook H4, which will prevent that, and would threaten G4. It'd be quite difficult to get out of that, actually. You'd have to play G5. Looks interesting. Okay, they're probably going to take on G2 though, that's the problem. Okay, that is a problem. If we play E5, they'll take on G2 with the bishop. Well, no, it's a check, isn't it? It's a check. So they can't do that. Right, but if we go here, then they'll take on G2. Okay, I don't think we got much choice. We'll have to play Rook G1, and then they'll come in King G4. Alright, good. They went that way, so that makes sense. Good. Okay, so how shall we proceed? Should we give this pawn up? I don't really think we can do that. Got problems there, haven't we? I think we've got to. I think we've got to do it. I think we've got to give up this pawn and try for tricks. Don't know what those tricks are. Doesn't look good. Does not look good. Right, opponent wants to double or wants to trade rooks. Oof. Okay, we haven't got much. Well, we have got choice actually. We can allow. We haven't lost the d file, so let's not be in a big hasty rush to trade. We can go here, so that if they take, we take back with a pawn. If we want. Is there any mileage out? We should at least save this pawn. Like so. Okay, so they'll probably trade rooks and then play rook d8. Maybe we should have stuck something here. At least I don't have an advanced pawn. Yeah, but we didn't do that. Okay, we're gonna have to trade rooks or else drop back here. Yeah, then there's a fork. So we don't want that. Yeah, this is horrendous. Right. Alright, but we can try and create a pawn, pass pawn on the king side. Queen side, excuse me. So let's just go ahead and try and do that. Okay, worried about the knight dropping in here, which is going to win this pawn. So what do we do about that? I don't think we can do anything about it. I think we're just lost. I guess we can advance it when the time comes. Okay. Yep. And again. Okay, and then what's going to happen is this pawn's going to get attacked. So maybe we should go here in some strange way. So if they capture, we capture, they capture, and we at least capture. And if they capture... Okay, so that didn't turn out too bad, because now we've got this passer. And we're also probably going to win this. All we need to do is get the pawns. Now if we go here... Yeah, or all we go here, they'll go there with their bishop. So we don't want that, but we can win this pawn. Okay, but then, I mean, they're going to have to win 9 bishop, mate. With pawns on the board. Can they mate with knight and bishop, or they intend to advance? Save that pawn. If they manage to do that, that would be amazing. Got to go back there. Then we've got c4 and b5 to try and win this pawn. Is it too slow? We might have checked out and got a draw out of this if we manage to pick up this pawn. We're certainly not thinking of any more. would be a bit of a mad saviour. Right, they've got to figure out a way to preserve this pawn. Ugh. And I'm starting to get... Well, look, let's go. Don't think we can lose this unless they happen to know how to mate with bishop and knight. Okay. We're also in danger of getting into a mate position where we get mated because our pawns are in the way. Okay, well let's keep the... Should we go here? Then they'll pin our pawn. Okay, but then we might have what Dvoretsky calls the trousers, where we push this one and then we push that one. But I think we should push this one first, and then bring ourselves up here. Okay, now we might be getting trousers. We might already have trousers. Ah, the knight is already here. Okay, so the knight is preventing any trousers. But if the king has to advance, then we can advance. Okay, but what if we just go here? I mean, okay, we're going to lose all of these pawns, and then they're going to try and checkmate us with knight and bishop, for which we should try and run off. Okay, so now I go back here. If we go here, do we get mated? We go in the corner. I mean, maybe we... Okay, this is weird. So we go here. The only move is this one, check. We go here. And then, I mean, I think we're going to win the knight. And these pieces are in the wrong constellation to checkmate us in the corner. And now there's no way to stop this pawn advancing. Unless there's some mental discovery. But I don't think there's a checkmate there. Unless the piece that we promote to happens to, like, rob us of a flight square. The constellation that you need is, like, the king would have to be here, the knight here, and the bishop here. Yes, that's what they've gone for. I think we can now maybe force this bishop off. Or at least force the king away. If we take this, what can they do? How can they discover anything? They could go here, we go here. I don't think there's a mate there. So should we push this to try and be cheeky? And force the king a bit further away. And they could actually go here. No, I don't think so. Probably should have just promoted the queen, to be honest. What am I doing? Why did I push e6? Yeah, that's what I was worried about. But now there is this. And upon bishop takes... Okay, but... Okay, that's what they were going for the whole time. Oh. Oh, that's clever. Shit. Shit. Okay, we need to make our way across. Now he's going to whack the knight there, defend it with the bishop, and we're not going to get to win one of the pieces. Okay, if I'd only just created the queen. I wouldn't be in this position now where I have to defend this knight and bishop mate. Okay, how should we do it? That's the corner that we get mated in. Okay, so they're going to take this pawn with their king for sure. So we need to come round. Try to get ourselves out this way. Or find a stalemate. So if the king goes here, we'll go there. And we'll try and run out into the open, which will mean they'll require more moves. And see if they know their theory. So we can't go here, 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 or there. So it's forced. We only have one legal move. It's actually going to make them easier to mate us with this pawn on the board. They go here, we go there, they go there, we go here. If they come forwards and we make a queen, then we might be okay. Don't know. Why did I play e6? Oh, what a stupid move. Okay, now if I go here, well, I should go here because, you know, that's the corner where I get mated. This isn't. And it limits what they can do, right? They can't bring their king across. So they're playing well. They've forced me into this onto the side of the board. They just need to come across and win this pawn. It's on a dark square, so that limits how they can win. I mean, I'm hoping that when their king takes this pawn, my king will be on b7, and I'll try and run around. Oh, it's going to be a b8, actually. Now then, do they have the technique? You got to push me to the side of the board and then into this corner. That was my only. I could have gone back there, but that's not. I don't want to go in this direction. I'm gonna go. Ooh. That was a nice move, preventing me from landing here. Now I'm going to try and go back in this direction. So if the king drops in here, I'll push here. How do they prevent me from going to this square? Okay, I'm going to go here. The knight needs to get itself on like this square. It needs to do this maneuver and eventually land on b7. So probably the move that you want to play is this, maybe. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay, see what they're doing. But now I'm going to run off in this direction. The bishop here is kind of doing a decent job, but is it this move? No, I'm going to get out on the dark squares. So now you've got to defend this dark square. I'm not sure you can. And if I'm running this way, could be, maybe you go here. Ooh. So king d8, king c5. No, then this king e7. Difficult. Oh, I might be surviving. We might be surviving. I can't believe I played e6. That was just ridiculous. Like, oh, now the knight's on a mission. Look at this. Off he goes. Okay. Very, very good. Oh, that was clever. Nice. Okay. From here. And then again, how do you prevent me from just going back here? How is it done? King move. I guess these guys are covered, so maybe just king moves now. Interesting constellation. So I feel like the bishop here is not in the right place. This is where the king needs to be. So the bishop being on this square looks active. Looks like it's limiting my king, and it is. But the attacking king needs to occupy the 6th rank to keep the defending king at bay. So with the king having to kind of move around this bishop, it might give us some options to escape, or some room. And all the time is ticking down. Time is precious, and it's slipping away. It's my favourite trick, the knight and bishop mate. Given any opportunity, I'll promote my pawns to bishop and knight and just have a go. But here I am on the receiving end. Again, now this looks like it might be a move repetition. I'm going to try this square. Yeah, okay. So they come in here. Nah, same thing. Okay, the bishop relaxing. So the king can come in, I guess. Oh, waiting moves with the bishop. Okay, but now the king occupies... So it prevents the bishop from covering the e8 square. So the king now needs to move to force me back this way. And then I'm perhaps coming out in this direction. So, yeah. Trying to. Not sure how many moves we've got left. 50 moves since... well, that's the rule. Do we go here? No, because then maybe we do, because they have to move their king or else it's a stalemate. Let's just think about that a second. If we go d8, there's quite a few stalemates. Any king move here is a stalemate. Here is a stalemate. Any knight move is a stalemate. Nah, okay, they have to go here. Any king retreat will hang the bishop. So I think it's forced that they go here, and this allows king c7. Quite like that. Okay, so I think we should go for it. So I think the only move is king e6 and then king c7. Okay, these were also possible. Okay, fair. Didn't see the bishop retreats. Okay, now we're going to come around this way, I think. Or should we go in here? That's the corner where we get mated. Should we go back here? I think we should start trying to escape this way. Now if bishop c6, which looks like an attractive move. Yeah, now we'll wander off in this direction. Oh well, we won't. But now the bishop again is in an annoying place for black. Got to get that bishop off c6. Okay, now they're making progress. The knight comes in here, and they're actually in good shape. Okay, but it didn't. Alatago, you can do it. Technique. Yeah, that makes sense. You've got to get the knight here. You've got to get it here. And then wander off in a W. Now if I go here, they got this move, which is how they do it. So should I actually go in here? Oh, it might be trickier if I go here. It's knight here, I go there, they go there, I go there, they go there. I come back and they have this bishop move and I'm in the corner, so I should go here. King c6. Okay, now I'm trying to get this run off this way. This would prevent that, but then there's king c7. So I guess you've got to play king c6 or king d6. Okay. Now I attack the knight, which is nice, but then... I'm in the... Okay, that wasn't the move. Should brought the knight here. I'm getting a feeling that they might do this. Seconds are running down. We should start playing fast. I'm in a situation where I don't think I can be mated here, right? The knight can't cover both of these squares, which I'm moving around because the king is on the square, which would be needed to do that. So if we keep moving these pieces around, we might get a repetition. King needs to move here, but not while you hang your bishop. Seconds creeping down. Okay, so now if we go here, there's bishop check this direction. But still, I don't think the bishop is in the right place, so let's try that out. Oh, they've done it. They've done it. Oh, I think that was mate. They go there, go there. And then there's a king move, forcing me here, and then that was mate. Never seen that. I've seen that one before. How many moves do I need to play? Whoa, tense. I think I'm going to get mated in the end. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Now if they go here, now I've got this. That's not a mate, but it would be. It's a mate in 2. Look, this. I have to go here, and then that's mate. Well done. Oh, well done. How many moves did we have? Can we see the move list? Where's the move list? Well done. Good game. Good game. Wow. I'm amazed that they managed to find that. How do we find the move list for this game? Analysis board, I guess. So let's see. When was the last capture? That can't have been many moves away from being the 50 move rule. Okay, so quite a few here. So that was a move 65, and the final move of the game was 113. So we were 2 moves away from a draw. Well done. That was not the best start. Not only was the game pretty poor from the beginning, just lost a piece, but then could have quite easily drawn by just promoting a pawn. Didn't do it. Tried to get fancy, lost all the pawns, and got mated with knight and bishop. That's what happens. All right, let's try and step it up. Don't know if the stream's broken. Looks like it is from my viewpoint. All right, let's go. That was a good. It was a fun game. It was a fun game. mean, as fun as playing 48 moves of knight and bishop and still losing can be. Alright, what do we do here? Let's take on d5, play bishop d3. And be in a Caro Khan. Caro Khan. So they've attacked the d4 pawn. Should we play knight c3 or should we come in with c3? Or should we just gambit the pawn? I don't think we should do that. Knight c3, they'll give us a bishop g4, and don't like the look of that. So let's play c3. Defend the pawn that way. Try and get a bishop to f4 before we do anything else. Can we play bishop f4 here? Let's have a go. Bishop f4. Why not? So I have this structure where they have a sort of semi-open c file, and we've got this semi-open e file, and they've attacked our queen, and which queen b3 looks like it makes a lot of sense because it attacks b7. So let's, we could play queen c2. We could play knight f3. But I don't see why we would do that. We could just play f3, but that feels a bit loose, a bit weakening. So queen b3, and let's see what happens. Yeah, I think the stream's broken, or at least it appears to be. Queen b6, yeah, makes sense. Now do we trade and allow them to capture with the a pawn, unlocking their rook? Or do we kind of say, no, we're happy for you to take on b3. In the meantime, what should we do? Maybe just try to develop. Play knight d2 so that we can play knight f3 and not have to meet with bishop takes f3, destroying our pawn structure. At the same time, we also defend our queen. Are there any of these? I don't think so. Yeah, stream looks broken from my point of view. It's got still life of my face, looking rather unimpressed. That is not entertainment. Right, knight f3. Knight f3, let's go. I think we're just trying to develop. Yeah, and then we're going to castle short. Maybe we could have thought about playing a3, g4 and g5 to try and destabilize this knight here on f6. But it was going to run off anyway. The horse had other ideas. Where is that horse heading, and what's the idea? Then play e5? We could play knight e5, it's not completely stupid. Let's kick this a little bit. I don't understand this knight d7 move. Don't get it. So the also... Okay, maybe... I really want to see this because we'll have to trade. Unless we drop back to c2, but then they could trade bishops and take on b2. But maybe that's be a bit reckless actually. Okay, let's castle. Just gonna get some feedback and see whether the stream's broken. Alright, rook c8, this makes sense. But this king is now in the middle of the board. Can we exploit that? Going forward. Can we launch an attack? Still interested in g4, but now we've castled, I'm less interested in that. You know what? We could just play rook e1, which threatens queen takes d5. So they'll probably play bishop e7. Let's do that. It's a useful move anyway, but which rook? Probably this rook, because I don't think we want to block the rook in on f1, because we're never going to push this pawn, or not anytime soon. Yep, bishop e7 makes sense. The natural move. Okay, so we kind of want them to castle. Maybe we could actually do this and take, and yeah, they'll uncover their rook, but then this king's going to be in the middle forever. Also, this might be an idea, because it's not so stupid to think that we could sack for 2 pawns and get a rook on e6. quite like that idea, actually. Is it stupid? Is this knight doing any defensive duty? Don't think so. Could go here, takes, bishop f6, and so on. Let's go knight g5. So if h6, I feel like we might be able to trade on e6. Well, sacrifice the knight on e6 for 2 pawns. It might work. Okay. Omega Rugal. Oh, 2165. Good player. Good player. I mean, maybe this is a bit loose. Maybe we just shouldn't do that. And if they play h6 and we just drop back to f3, what does that mean? Was it a waste of time? Did we induce a weakness after they castle? We're going to play g4, take back, so they have to take back with the f pawn, which they probably don't want to do, because that leaves e6 weak. Okay, so maybe now it's a fork in the road. Do we go all in for this sack? Given that it will pin the bishop, attack a bunch of stuff. Bishop f7 could be played. I guess d5 would be attacked. Hang on. Knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, bishop f7. Feels like it's... We're very close to making that work. If we go here, and then we give up a whole rook, then this knight is pinned. Bishop g6 is coming. Bishop d6 is coming. And queen takes d5 is coming. So I think that would just be a good position. So let's just risk it. Go on, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Play for galleries. So I'm planning on sacking a whole rook here. Well, not a whole rook, but a whole piece, if you like. A rook for 2 pawns. Because I just see weaknesses everywhere. Oh, they can just trade queens. Okay. Ah, but now... Okay, that alleviates the pin on this knight. Of course, they were always going to do that. Okay, do we take with the knight? I don't think we take with the knight. I think we take with the pawn. And the rook may come up here when this knight ever moves. And the knight... Well, how do we get the knight into the game? Probably by a 3. Oh, they've castled. They've castled. Which makes sense. What we really want to do is win this pawn. So how do we do that? I guess we could do this as well. That might help. What about this? Take. Have to defend this pawn. Or they'll try to. Okay, what about bishop b5? To just try and win this. Actually, that comes with a little trick as well, doesn't it? Because if they play bishop f7, we can take. And on knight takes, we can play bishop takes d7. So let's give that a go. I think we're skating on thin ice here, honestly. I mean, it doesn't feel like we've got 2 extra pawns, honestly. I mean, we've got an extra pawn over here on the queen side. It doesn't feel like it because it's kind of doubled up. So it looks like 3 against 3. Slightly better structure on our side. And here, yeah, okay, we have an extra pawn on the king side. Will be useful in an endgame, but we're a long way away from that. Yeah, bishop b5, threatens to take on c6, and perhaps after a trade to capture on a7. But the blunder move would, I think, be bishop f7. I thought we're actually threatening to play bishop takes c6 and then take the knight. But did we just hang a piece? Oh dear. Well, we didn't, because we were threatening to win a piece, but we weren't really cognizant of that. Okay. Omega Rugal. Okay, what are their options? No, they've got to take this bishop back, I'm guessing. I can't see a world where they don't do that. Yeah, okay, so now we're a piece down, but we might have some action. Guess rook c7 is the way to do it. Or rook f7. Okay, now rook e6. Why are we doing rook e6? Because it makes it harder to defend both of these pawns with this rook. You have to go rook c7, which is kind of passive. And I guess we want knight f1, knight e3, and just try to, what's the word? Grovel. Okay, so they've, okay. That's one way of doing it. Okay, so now rook a6. I think, rook a6. So we've got 2 attacks on c6. I got 1 defense. And we're going to play knight f1, knight e3, and maybe try and get the knight to f5. Alright, so they've just gone there, which is interesting. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, I don't think we can allow them to capture here and have this rook on the c file just flexing. Okay, knight f1, knight coming to e3. And hopefully eventually to f5. I guess bishop g6 would stop that, but then the knight is actually pinned. And this rook, I don't know, our rooks are kind of decent. But that's always the problem when you've got like a piece less in a kind of positional position, if you see what I mean. They don't really do anything. You know? It's good when you're attacking. You can often. Oh, this is interesting. You don't get away with having, fewer pieces, but not when it's positional. You need tactics to, make it work. All right, so we could have it. Well, we can't go to c2. We can't go to here. We can't go here. We're kind of attacking this pawn, but not really. So rook defends it, but the knight is pinned. Okay. How can we even make progress here? We could go like this. That's one way of doing it. So let's do it. But do we want to do that? Yeah, I think we want to do it with this rook. And again, I mean, everything's protected, so... Oh, shit. Oh, goodness. Now we're time to resign. Oh, well. That sounds like Red Scent by Dennis Rollins. Not the best start to a stream that we've had. Not the best, but So on. Okay, can we try and swindle here? We need to win a clean rook to have any chance of anything happening on the positive side. Alright, knight f5. Well, we finally got knight f5 in. Now can't they just go here and, you know... No, we'll take it. Okay, so we could put rook e6. Okay, let's install the knight here on d4, or it blockades this loose pawn. And we just got to hope for some sort of summit. It's going to be a slow death. We should probably just resign. Should we resign? That would be the professional move, I think. Resignation. Okay, let's go knight e6. At least it attacks a rook. I mean, even if we win an exchange back here, we're still losing, so not quite sure what it brings. Alright, f3. Let's try and bring the king into the action. Active king. Okay, knight back to d4 to protect the b3 pawn. And then try to bring the king. They'll probably block our king from entering the action. Yeah, okay, c4 is a no-brainer. Maybe they'll play rook b6. Just looking for some kind of fork or something. Oh, we have got knight c6. Just hope that they don't notice. No, that's not chess. That is not chess. Should resign, really. This is hopeless. Hopelessness. I mean, we could take this pawn. I think we should. Are we worried about this check? Oh, and we could even go there. So let's take this pawn. Ah, hang on. Nah, he's going to pin us. He's going to pin us. So let's not do that. Let's bring the king first. Yes, we could have played rook takes, but then we're just going to be left like a full rook down. And that's not going to happen. So the knight has taken our b2 pawn. Where do we get a fork? Honestly, it's time to resign. Yeah, well played. Okay, the lesson there is, don't sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns when your opponent can just trade your queen. More generally, don't play for the galleries. Okay, right, let's focus. Harris Heller. Alright, we're in a Grunfeld. Like a bit of Grunfeld action. Let's see what happens. g3. Okay, so bishop g7 we could play. We should probably play bishop g7. They'll go bishop g2. And they attack our knight twice. So what should we do about that? We could play c6. We could trade knights. I mean, that's typically what we do when they play e4. So, I mean, why shouldn't we do that now? Do we want to play c6? I'm not sure we do. So c6 they'll play e4 and we'll be forced, and then why have we played c6? Normally you do that when you've still got a pawn on d5. So let's go. Let's just say, okay, we're happy with that. c5 or castles first? I think we should play c5. Okay, so they played e3, which is weird. That looks weird. That does look a bit weird. Okay, if we capture this, they'll probably take back with the c pawn. That would allow a check. But that would be met with bishop d2, and our queen will be forced to just retreat, so that seems a bit silly. We could play queen a5 first, because then they'll have to take back with the e pawn, which they probably don't want. Yeah, we could play knight c6. quite sure what that does. That just puts more pressure on the centre. I like queen a5. Or we could just castle. I think queen a5. Right, it's not that necessary to castle. We're not getting checked. So, you know, I think we can take the time to, you know, do other things. Explore other ideas. Okay, so we've got queen a5. Probably they want to play bishop d2. Yeah, the bishop was probably going there anyway. And then they might get c4 with a tempo. Yeah, that's what they've done. Okay, so we could play knight c6. Against c4, I mean, we want them to play c4. I think. Are we worried about a bishop takes? I don't think so. We'll happily take the bishop pair. c4, the tempo against the queen, and the queen will just relocate somewhere. And I don't think they gained anything. In fact, they probably don't want their pawn on c4 because they can't push d5 and occupy the light squares with their pawns at the moment without giving up an exchange for that, which maybe they want to do. Let's play knight c6. Now, Captain Ben, thinking face, has left the game, which means we've got to wait 102 seconds before we can claim victory. Which is a bit shady, isn't it? I mean, we should call it a draw. You know. We should call it a draw. But that's not what's going to happen. Captain Ben is going to find his way back to the internet. And he's going to stream his digital self back across Lichess. And pick up where he left off. Play c4. Yeah, just like I said it. Welcome back, Captain Ben, one thinking face. It's a thinking game. A couple of bad losses there, weren't they? You know, what do we do about those? We really should analyse them, figure out what went wrong, and not do that again. Or at least learn a lesson. Knight e2. Okay, that's interesting, because I'd quite like to play bishop g4 and induce f3, and then just drop back maybe to d7 even, and say, yeah, happy with that. Alright, so knight e2 defends d4. Everything's defending d4. Now, we could commit the bishop, which would liberate this rook. Or we could castle, which is a move that we know we're going to make, so let's do that, I think. Unless bishop g4 is really good. What does it do? It pins a knight. If they castle, we could take. Nah, then they're always hitting our queen, so I don't think there's a great deal of mileage in bishop g4. So let's castle. Maybe rook d8 is the way forward. Because then there might be some crazy lines where we take, and if they take back... Oh, no, there won't be. No. There were no dazzling queen sacrifices there, I don't think. Anyway. Queen looks a bit weird on a5 now, but so is this. Okay, so we could play bishop g4. Quite like that. h3 might kick our bishop away. Rook d8. Maybe rook b8. So that we can't do that. Bishop d7 is a way to do that. Alright, so it's either bishop d7 or rook d8. e5. Bishop f5. Try and get into d3 and push c4. That's kind of cool. With the bishop being on d2. Okay, let's go bishop f5. Quite like the look of bishop f5. Captain Ben's off again. He's left the vessel. I mean, he might be a captain of some other kind of vehicle, right? Doesn't have to be a boat. Could be a pilot. Could be captain of a football team. Or he could just be a member of some kind of society where there's a lowly rank called captain. You know. Don't know. Anyway, he's a captain of reconnecting, that's for sure. He's back. Captain Ben One Thinking Face with his 20-second time advantage will now be pondering the possibility of pushing c4. I want to bring this bishop in. You know, maybe bishop e6 was better. But then we may have been hit with e4. Anyway, d5 rather. Okay, queen went to b3. Okay, now I like this, because c4 ain't happening, because the bishop's actually... Oh, but hang on. The bishop is no longer defended. Doesn't that mean that we can take? I think it does. Queen is attacking b7, so that makes things exciting. Yeah, but there's more to it, isn't there? Because this pawn is pinned now. It's pinned. It cannot move without exposing the bishop to capture. That means we can probably invest a piece to exploit that. So if we take here, there are so many possibilities. They could ignore that, right? They could take here, which attacks our knight. They could take here first. Probably not going to do that. But if they capture back here, which is a natural move, we can then take with a knight. And if they capture back with a knight, we take their knight, they take our bishop, but then we take this. And you see we've won a pawn. I think. Have we? After all that, we did win a pawn, yeah. Okay. Okay, so they'd have to take on b7, which I think must be okay, because, I mean, then we can take here, for example. Bishop takes, it's just so complex. The tactics, do they work? Do we need to calculate whether they work, or should we just go on intuition? We should probably calculate whether they work. So CD, queen b7 looks like a reasonable idea. Then we take this. Yeah, and we attack this bishop. If the knight captures, we take the knight. And then we still attack. Okay, they can trade. Hang on, takes. So they take on b7. We take on d4. They take on b7. We take on c2. c3. Yeah, okay, they can sacrifice everything. Or sacrifice a piece here on c3 and then pick up the knight here. But what does that mean? It's evens. But the thing is, I think we'd have the next move, which would allow us to run our rook out into the game. Or in fact, no. Our queen on c3 would defend our c6 knight. So they wouldn't be able to do it that way around. Okay, so after here, queen takes, and takes here, they have to take this. And maybe even with the bishop, because then they'd be threatening to win 2 rooks for their queen. We take them, they can pick up even more material, but we're also attacking their rook in the corner. Somehow I just feel like we're further, we're further ahead in this combination. Too many lines to calculate. And we could also just say, yeah, okay, we'll give up the pawn, and then we'll take this one. But there's a problem, isn't there? This bishop. I know, the bishop won't be on the diagonal anymore. Difficult to calculate. But, well, let's see what happens. I think queen b7 should be the move. No, maybe you can take it. Okay, let's say e takes. Knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, Maybe there are some rook moves to annoy us. Oh, but there's queen c2 if they do that. Then queen, yeah, okay. Getting ahead of ourselves. Do we take this? I think we have to. You've got to do that, right? I mean, this is a move that maybe we should consider. But it's kind of useless, isn't it? They're going to take on b7 anyway. I feel like that's just not useful. So we should just go here. We're going to give up our bishop. We're going to win theirs. But this bishop's important. Alright, knight takes, attacks the queen. Okay, so they're going to play knight to have to do that. Bishop takes. They don't have to take our bishop. But we are attacking this pawn. Okay, I'm glad the stream's still working, because from my perspective it looks like it's not, so, but that's okay. I've had confirmation. We're still live. We are still live. And we're still alive in this game, just about. Against Captain Ben 1, the captain of reconnecting. So, I mean, it's not mandatory that we take this knight. Oh, it is, yeah, of course it is. We're a piece down at the moment. Okay. Okay, so this is the position we thought we'd arrive at. b7 is hanging. Probably don't take it with the bishop, because then your bishop gets pinned to your queen, at the very least. You probably go for something like this. Okay, or that. Now that's okay. Okay, if we take like this, then they're actually winning a pawn out of all of this, but we're going to get rook b7. b2, rather. And I feel like that's a clincher. And we'll be threatening these kind of things. Maybe we can do that now. Yeah, maybe we should go here to prevent a rook landing. I don't know. There are lots of options. At the moment, white is threatening to win more material by sacking their queen for 2 rooks, which isn't really a sack. We don't really want to do this, because then the queen will move somewhere, and our rook in the corner is attacked by the bishop. So I think we really want to do this, but is there anything better? Like, this is a move. I mean, this is a move as well. I don't believe in this somehow. Maybe I should believe in it. Yeah, actually, I really don't like the look of that, actually, thinking about it. That doesn't look good. So, let's do this. Okay, we're getting activity. We're getting more material. I mean, they'll take on a7 probably. That'll prevent us from taking there. But we can probably do this. And after a move like this. Yeah, maybe we can just attack the e5 pawn, the d4 pawn. Okay. This is the thing that is going to be kind of annoying. It's going to take our queen off the second rank. So we could stop that with a move like bishop c2. Right, it's a weird move, honestly. But it might be good if we manage to do that and this, and then we can come back like this. We're in a good situation. Well, we better make our mind up, or else we're just going to lose on time. This looks like a weird move, to be honest. I don't think it can be played. We have hung this pawn, but not really. We'll take this. I mean, the threat now is bishop e6, which will be a problem. I mean, they can push the pawn in order to defend f2, so that when we play bishop e6, they can move their rook without hanging the f2 pawn, which is currently attacked by our major pieces. But somehow, that doesn't look right. We'll probably play bishop d3 anyway. Okay, they've gone in for that, so I think we'll take this. Oh no, maybe we've got this now. Did they just overlook that? Bishop d3, what do they do? Maybe they want this. Then we can just drop back, can't we? I'm gonna go for it. Don't really know what's going on here. Probably this is the move that they got to play. Then I'll go here. Maybe we'll get a draw with Captain Ben. Maybe they'll just shove this guy. I don't know. This is a very dangerous pawn now, actually. Maybe they can just give an exchange up for that. So they've gone there. Okay, so they've given up an exchange willingly. I don't think that was a very good idea from them because this pawn is going to be weak now. Okay, in fact this pawn is lost. Right, okay. They didn't play rook a d1, which I thought was going to at least salvage a draw. Okay, and now we need to try to stop this pawn. Honestly, it's going to be difficult to win this, especially given the time constraints. Okay, but maybe it's somewhat easier now. So the bishop can't come to protect this pawn. If we go here, that's exactly what they'll do. But if we go here, they'll have to push it. Okay, let's... What's the best thing here? Let's choose a dark square. And let's hit this pawn. Really, we want a rook on a3. So maybe I should play... Yeah, okay, the idea... The idea is this rook is doing a good job because it's preventing the natural bishop defense. So I want to bring this rook to attack this pawn. This is the way I did it. I could equally well have defended this rook, or defended the d5 square with my other rook. Okay. Ooh. Now we can go here actually, and we can play rook a3 with a tempo, as it were. Okay. Cool. Then both our rooks are on dark squares. All of our rooks, all two of them. Okay. Aha. They want to bring the bishop there. Well, okay, let's drop in like so. And after bishop b3, we can do this, and we put constant pressure on this pawn. Okay. Should we do that? I think we should. Why not? Okay, the pawn can't advance because the bishop's hanging. The rook now is glued to this pawn, so let's just improve the king. We could also check out here just for a draw, but that's not my style. Okay. If you go here, we're going to win this pawn, so you don't do that. But now we've got chances to bring the rook in. We just dropped this pawn. That was probably a very bad idea. Yes, that was not good. Okay, what to do? Now this pawn can freely advance, which is also not good. Okay, that was a bad blunder, and there's a rook check coming. Oh, all right, okay. Go here and try to just bring the king. Yeah, okay, that rook is incoming. Probably gotta go here. Did we just... That's a mate in one. No, it's not. We can go back. Okay. Now we're getting toasted here. Is there a king g4 after we made such a hash of this ending. Okay, king g4. I mean, it looks totally stupid. It probably is. Okay, let's try and do it. Oh, we just skewered our rooks, mate. Oh, mate. What is that? Too much. Bishop c4, and it's game over. We're just in a rook ending with 3 pawns less. How on earth did we go from a easy draw to this? It's just unthinkable. Wow. Okay. Okay, maybe. Is there any chance of saving this? I don't think so. I don't think so. Captain Ben has reconnected. He's steering the ship. If I go there, that is terrible. Yeah, okay. Okay, we've got to bring the king. I mean, it's just so easy to play here as well. Should just resign, really. So easy to play. King g3, rook back to e1. No, they can even throw in this check now, which is going to force our king back. I guess they're considering whether they can bring the king in to f3 or whether they should. Yeah, so that's what they do. They'll give us a check. We'll probably drop back and then we might win this pawn. Oh dear, oh dear. I mean, there were many positions where I could have just taken the bishop and the pawn for the rook and just gone into a drawn ending with 3 pawns each. Didn't do that. Blundered a pawn, blundered another pawn, and blundered an exchange. So I went from, you know, being effectively a pawn up to being 3 pawns down. Heinous. Oh well, maybe tonight's not the night, but that's okay. That's okay. Good. We've got word in. It's still live. We're still live. The viewers are giving us the info. Captain Ben. Yeah, reminds me of sounds like someone who produces like microwave meals, doesn't it? Maybe it's because it sounds a bit like Uncle Ben. But yeah, I reckon Captain Ben, like, you know what I mean? I reckon he makes a fish pie. I reckon he sells a fish pie. Captain Ben. Right, try and activate. Okay, yep, cool. Bit of tickle. What do you do as white here? I mean, yeah, that. I guess this is a bit of a liability now. I'm going to keep attacking it, and if you go there, I'm going to go here. Should I do that, or should I go here? I should go here, and then here, and I've succeeded at least in cutting the king off. Ah, no, I haven't. Oh, that was clever. Clever. Right, that's resigns. Well done. All right, 3-0. 3-0, the hat-trick. Lichess got the hat-trick on me. Well, there was no excuse for losing that game. That was poor, but you know what? So what? You know, it's all good. We've got to come back stronger, you know, against Igorst. I thought we played Igorst before. We're pretty sure I've played Igorst. You know, because it sounds like, you know, what did you do today? Oh, Igorst. What does that mean? And did you just like jump face first into the moorland? I think that's what it means. To gorse. To embed one's face in the gorse. Alright, so we've got a scotch. At least we've got a scotch. And a beer. And this is the Potter variation. So knight b3, we attack the bishop. They go back to b6. We continue our development. And they gorse. Oh, queen f6. Interesting. Okay, threatening a cheeky checkmate. Oh. How do we deal with that? Well, we could play bishop e3, but then they'll trade and give us a bad pawn structure. We don't play knight d5 because that walks into it. I think we could play queen e2, which looks weird, blocking our bishop in, but quite often our queen goes to e2 in these structures, and we play like g3, f4. And once we defend this mate, we can play knight d5, which is good, attacks the queen, and also this dark square bishop, which we'd be happy to trade for our knight. So queen e2 looks like a move. And I can't see many others really. We could play queen d2. I think we want queen e2. Queen e2. Queen e2. Well, it might be time for the break shortly after this one. Alright, so now we can play bishop e3, which I think we should. We can play knight d5 takes is interesting, because that's with a check, discovered check. We have to play knight e7 there. Quite like the look of that. Weird though. We'd have to play c4 to protect this pawn in the resulting position. Our pawn would end up on d5. Should we play bishop e3? They might trade bishops. I think that's what we should do. Honestly, I feel like it looks good, but it's one of those that's not really going to work out as we expect. We still retain that option as long as they haven't castled. So play bishop e6 now. We probably don't have that option. So we'll put another defense on the e6 square. That's what they did. Okay, makes sense. So we could play g3, f4, e5. We can still play this. Knight takes, we take back. That's a fork. Knight d5, bishop takes, we take back. Knight doesn't have anywhere. It can't go back here. Yeah, if they have to take back with the bishop, then this is good. If they take back with the knight, that's a fork. Okay, let's give it a bash. Let's give it a bash. iGhost. I'm sure we've played iGhost before. But the stats aren't saying that. Okay. Couldn't resist it now. So now the knight goes to e5. Yeah, maybe this structure is just not good and we shouldn't have done that. I felt that because the knight couldn't go back to d7 we might have some options. But possibly we don't. Okay, we do have this option. And perhaps getting to b5. Okay, but I guess what we should do is play g3 and bishop and f4. Right, the knight has no options at the moment because the queen is actually doing a very good job of limiting it. Right, if we go g3, they can actually play knight c3, g3, knight f3 actually. Maybe we don't want that. Eventually we can just attack that knight out of there, which would be okay, I think. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is get developed before our opponent does. And I really wish we didn't have this pawn on d5, because our bishop on g2 is now not going to be as good as it would be if the pawn was on e5 and could potentially advance, unleashing that bishop onto our opponent's queen side. So, kind of regretting d5, the knight d5 move. But okay, no, never mind. Right, so now we can push f4, and I think we should. Again, they could play knight g4. Can they? No. We'll trade here first. Doesn't work. I guess they can trade and then play knight g4. How will we meet that? Well, knight f2 will be a thing, so we should probably play... Queen f3, which I don't really like the look of. But then maybe bishop e3, d3 will be good. Okay. Well, we could play bishop h3 and just attack this thing straight away. It doesn't have many nice squares. It could be defended. Yeah, but maybe we don't want our bishop here. We could start pushing. h3. I think we need to get this rook into the game. I don't know. It's one way of doing it. We want to play rook d1. And then maybe we should try and push these pawns, which, having placed our bishop in front of them, is probably not great. What do you do with this knight? Guess you've got to do this. So that's a passive rook. So that's good for us. And then rook e1 makes a threat. Okay, they went there, which is what I thought they wouldn't do, because it leaves you with a bad pawn. So let's go ahead and create that weakness. All right, so do we trade? I think we do. Okay. And now, I think we should start like this. This is our weakness, but we can probably play c4. Leaves our king a bit wobbly. But I think that's what we should do first. Bring the rooks to where the action is in the center of the board. Okay, so the knight went backwards, which seems a bit weird. We could trade that and then jump straight in. Threatening to trade queens. We could also play queen b5, hit this thing straight away, which also attacks b7. So that gives our opponent probably fewer options. And this gives them fewer options as well. That just looks disgusting. So all these options look pretty good. Queen b5. How do you defend c5 and b6? It's b7, sorry, with queen b6. Yeah, okay, that's annoying because we trade and they take with the knight, improving the knight. So I think most of these things work better if we just get rid of the minor pieces. We missing anything? Let's go. Let's just try and take our chances. Yeah, okay, so rook a takes c8, and then we've got two ideas. We can play queen b5, which attacks these two pawns, forces queen b6. I mean, it does seem to... Yeah, then we'll trade, if we trade queens, which we're kind of forced to. They'll take back with the c pawn, and their rook is going to be good. It's going to be better than it was here. So maybe we should play queen e7, attacking this pawn. And hoping for a queen trade. By the way, there's never any of this action. Okay. So how are they going to do this? Queen b6 is a way of defending the pawn. Can't see any other ways apart from trading queens, which is what we want. So that gives us a brilliant pawn. Rook on the 7th. And makes it very difficult to push. I'm going to have to defend c7 for a long time. So maybe we've got some chances here of pressing. Queen trade. Okay, so now we attack c7. If they try and you know, force a trade of rooks. We'll do that on our terms, and we'll keep our rook on the 7th rank. Then they might just bring their king in, actually. That's interesting. So should we go here? They'll take, we'll take, and then we'll go here. They could take, and then try and... Oh, that doesn't work, because then we've got rook d8. Yeah, okay, so if we go here and they take, we trade and we get an active rook. So maybe that's a good move. If we go here and they take, and then they go king f8. We could play d6 there, actually. Yeah, okay, we can. Protecting our rook, and if they capture, then we take on b7. And I kind of like our position there. I like our position a lot there. So maybe that's what we should do. What if they... Why don't we we can have the same position, but with 2 pairs of rooks on, but then this rook is good. But is it, though? Maybe that's better for us. If we take here, we're attacking d6. So I feel like the position with 1 rook on is better. Or has more winning chances somehow. Because we're going to have 1 active rook versus 1 not active rook, at least for the time being. And I think we can reach that position like so. Maybe they can play king f8 there. Maybe that's a good move. 6. Okay, it comes to the same thing. I think it comes to the same thing. So we play d6. I don't think they can do that. That's bad, isn't it, for them? But they can capture. We take, they take, we take here. Okay, that's how that works. If we go here and they go king f8, we do this. They take. Ah, then we can't capture here, so our rook's hanging. Okay, so I think all of that means we should play d6. And if they play king f8, then we go ahead and take here. They take, we take, and they've got no time to win that pawn because we'd have rook d8 at the end of the line. Okay. Oh, one last thing, what if they go here? Okay, that's okay. Alright, well, there we go. We just spent all of our time. I tanked. He ghost. I tanked. Okay. What are the options? They can take this, but that looks difficult. That looks like as a, you know, with this pawn on the 7th rank, and we're threatening to bring it up here on the protected square with a check. I don't think there's any way to deal with that. You know, for example, we trade rooks, and they go rook e8 to try and win this pawn on e7, and then we just go rook d8, and the king can't approach. The rook is pinned, they can't take the pawn. We're going to take the rook, and if they take us, we capture back and make a queen. So that looks unplayable. So what will they do? King f8? Or they take the pawn? If they take the pawn, then we trade rooks, and then we take on d6. Yeah, the position doesn't look that great, actually. It's probably drawn. Oh, we are threatening a mate in that position, though. Oh, no, we're not. Okay, we're not threatening a mate, but their rook is tied to the back rank for the time being. Ah, okay, so now we've got options. We can take on b7, or we can take on d6. That's the point. So I think we should take on b7, right? I mean, why not? Keep this. Yep, you're going to go there. We're going to go here. You're going to take that. We're going to go here. Or maybe here. Or maybe just take on a7. So looks like we kind of in front in the pawn grabbing. Right, I'm gonna have a short break after this one. Oh, we've been live for a while, but we're gonna get a few more games in for sure. If you're just tuning in, it's been a calamitous first 4 games. The first game was a dead loss, but then we managed to somehow get into a drawn position with 4 pawns versus a knight and bishop, and then we managed to blunder all of our pawns and then actually get mated with knight and bishop. The second game was a horrendous knight sacrifice that didn't go well, and then we just got outplayed by a stronger player in the Caro-Kann. And then the third game, the third game we were doing well. We won an exchange, and we had they had a pawn for the exchange, and then somehow we just lost 1 pawn, then another, then an exchange, and just had a lost rook ending. So that didn't go well. But now we've got a position with an extra pawn, a nice queenside majority. They got hanging pawns in the centre, and I think we might have some options here. I think we should bring our rook to c6. Because from there, if this rook moves, we'll be attacking c5. And if we do it this way, I think we've got some chances here. So let's just keep attacking these hanging pawns. We should be really thinking about ways to get the king in the game. So maybe b3, king b2, and try and push the a4 pawn. Or at least you'll create a pawn chain here on the light squares. And this guy's always going to be free. You know, he's only threatening to expand up there on a8. Right. Now this is my idea. So now rook c6 threatens the c5 pawn indirectly, because if you capture back, then we take the rook at the back with the check. So an opportunity to pick up another pawn. And how do you defend this? It's kind of difficult to defend. One idea is to try to defend the rook, right? So that this is no longer a thing, right? You know. Or you can try and win another pawn. Okay, which pawn do we want? We could take this. That would give them the option to trade. Kind of force them to trade, actually. And we could also just push this pawn and play rook d3. I quite like the look of that, honestly, so as not to give them too much. I guess they could play rook e3. Nonetheless, we can still play rook d3. Takes back, and then I feel like we're in a good position there, although perhaps not as good as we were a moment ago. But with a yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's do it like this. Now rook e3 probably makes more sense, because if you go rook g2, rook d3, and this rook's looking a bit silly. At least if you go rook e3, yeah, and I go rook d3, then you can at least trade and give me an isolated pawn. So it's hanging pawns versus an isolated pawn and this clear passer. Now they'll probably try and bring the king over to d7. In the meantime, oh, so they did that. That's interesting. All right. Well, we should bring the king. King c2. Okay, so they're trying to walk the king in this way. That was their whole conception. That kind of makes sense, actually. Meanwhile, we'll just try and win this pawn. And it's a question of who's faster. So they're going to go there, we're going to there, they go here. If we take, and they take here, we need 5 moves to queen, and they need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think we're just in time. I guess the question is, if they go there and we take this and they don't trade rooks, if they do something else. So hang on, so we go there, if we trade, they're going to take this. And they need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves, and we only need 5. And moreover, we actually protect their queen in square with our rook. So I think this is okay. In fact, this looks quite dangerous for us now. Because we are going to get this in. We're going to take this. Or at least attempt to. We're going to take on c5. Meanwhile, they're going to try and take these 2 pawns and rush their h pawn, I think. So we'll see how that goes. I ghost. Okay, so they can't trade rooks, so they should... Yeah, that was what I was thinking. They should go there. Now, we don't want to lose that pawn, but... do we have much choice? Maybe we're going to take this and push b4. Maybe that's what we should do. I've got a feeling that's what we should do, somehow. If we try and defend that pawn, they're going to take this, and then this, and rush this. At least here we get the b pawn running, and that should keep this rook occupied. And our king then feels like it might be in the right place. Okay, so they're just straight there. Okay. Dicing with the death a bit here. They're going to take this, we're going to go here. I somehow feel like, I mean, even if we have to sacrifice our rook for this pawn, we're then going to have too many pawns. Yep, okay, here we go. Here we go. If we manage to get this guy as well, we should be fine. Okay, so they're going to run this. How should we do it? The moment they can't take this, we don't really want to push it. We could advance. If they take this, we'll take this, and I think we're in good shape there. If they come back with the king, then maybe we're also in good shape. Next move we want to play is a3, protecting our precious pawn. Not worried about this somehow. Maybe I should be, but if they go here, we'll probably go here. Okay. We should be worried about that, because that could be troublesome. Okay, let's give a check. Try to bide some time. Okay. All right, now we can go back here. Okay, I guess now we've got to go here, and we're going to lose this pawn. Okay, didn't go for it. That's interesting. Okay. I thought they would have come and picked up this one, because that gives them 2 connected passes. Doing it that way. Okay. Which is the most dangerous? You see, the thing about taking this pawn is that now you can't come get behind this guy, because the king is protecting that square. And this is now quite close to queening. And it can be supported by a rook on a8. So, I mean, I already think that black is going to lose a piece. He's going to be forced to give up their rook. And the question will be, can they queen one of these 2 pawns in the resulting position? And can they get this pawn as well? So if we advance that, they're going to go here. We'll go king c6, rook a8, and win the rook. And there might be other ways to win as well. For example, just bringing the rook back. Okay, then maybe they'll play for checks, but... Not sure. I feel like white should be winning it. It feels unlikely that black is going to have time to deal with this. Okay, this has to lose now, just like this, right? And now now previously with checks you could probably have forced the black king behind this rook, behind this pawn. you know, because the rook always would have protected this queen in square. But now I'm just free to move the king wherever. Not here, but here. And the attack on the pawn does nothing because it's just going to promote. Yeah, which we should just do with check. Pick up the rook, and now the question is, do these pawns make their way to the bottom? And we really want to keep this guy on the board. How should we do this? It's not easy, you know, it really isn't easy. You know what, I'm going to go that way. Just to prevent the king advancing. Okay, I don't think these pawns can make their way across in time. Maybe I'm just messing this up. Okay, that's kind of what we wanted. I think, because we can go here now. And if this advances, we attack that one. If that advances, we win that one, you still catch the other. If the king comes across, then okay. Now we can just start pushing this, I think. Maybe we should have gone like this. Okay. Now we're... Okay, we have to stop that one. Yeah. Wow. Did we just lose? I don't think we did, because we're going to make a queen on the very next, but they're going to make a second queen. Ah, it's a draw. No way. Well done. I'm probably messed that up. There's probably some way to win. I think we have to make a queen. Can I get skewered? I think we have to go this way. No, maybe we got to make the queen first. I don't think that this skewer really matters. In fact, that might be a losing move, because then this can't promote. Oh, hang on. Oh, this could be amazing. So if they make a queen, we've actually got a check. If they give a check, they can no longer trade. Ah, but they can play the king in here. Okay, so... Alright. This is starting to look worse now, because the trade of queens is not on. I guess you can go here. Yeah, okay, so... Oh, shit. Well done. Alright, so how do we try and defend this now? It's quite hard to mate with the queen, and we're going into another of these endings. Okay. Wow. Okay, it's quite hard to win this. Let's see if our opponent can do it. They've got to fork the king and rook somehow. Try not to get your rook pinned. Kind of keep them close together. Here? Feel like here's the one. Ah, fuck, we just... Oh, no, we can go back. How on earth did we get to a losing position there? That's insane. That is just insane. Attack the queen. Okay, so we now need to make 50 moves to try and draw this position. Madness. Okay. I feel like we should go here. Just got to watch out whenever the king attacks the rook, then you're in trouble. So we don't want to allow that. Oh, we fucked it. Alright, well played. Oh, I can't believe that. That's horrendous. Alright, 4 losses on the bounce. Well, You just got to take it, really. Well played. Well played, I Ghost. He Ghost. I got brackened. And, yeah, going to take a break. And we'll be back. We'll be back. It's, it's not the end yet. It's just for love. It's just for love. But yeah, we're gonna have a short break. Replenish the glass. Replenish your glass if you're joining along at home. And yeah, we'll see you shortly. DJ, did you hear that? What a mix. Seamless. Yeah, I know you didn't hear it. Yeah, seamless. Well, what was that? 4-0. 4-0. What can you do? Play better. Play faster. Play stronger. What on earth happened in this game? I'm just going to have a quick look and see what the engine says about this position where we... Now, I'd be very surprised if this is a draw. If it is, fair enough. So now, white's winning. So where did we go wrong? The idea was to bring the king back? Probably every move wins. So at what point did we really lose track? Maybe that was... Maybe... Okay, let's just see. Let's see what happened. We advanced, they advanced, we're still okay. Right, and this is a draw, so here we needed to do something. I wonder what it was. Rook h8 apparently is the only win. So I mean, if there's only one winning move, we've already done something wrong. Okay, one to look back at afterwards. But fair play, well played, well played. That's what we got the splash screen for, right? So you don't have to see that. Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. It's what we do on the streams. Just a bit of lo-fi chess, bit of fun. We're definitely not seething because we've lost 4 in a row, or anything like that. You know what I mean? We don't feel the rage. We don't hate ourselves and want to quit the game or anything like that. You know, it's just 4 losses in a row. Anyway, we're in English. We're going to push c5. They're going to play bishop g2. And what should we do? Probably knight c6 is what we should do. And then we kind of want to go like e6, knight e7, and try to get d5 in. Doesn't always work. That's what they're doing. Bit of copycat. Oh, look. Here we go. Symmetry. Boring. Boring symmetry. I mean, symmetry is a beautiful thing, isn't it? But not on the chessboard. It's boring. One in balance. You know, I'm just going to copy their moves. Now, at some point, we will have to diverge. They've gone d4. Powerful. Okay. Now's the time. I know this tune well. Alright, what should we do? Now, this pawn is attacked. But I'm really not worried about that so much. It looks temporary, honestly. But maybe we should defend it, giving rise to another symmetrical position. Maybe we should play d5 ourselves, or maybe we should trade in the center. Maybe that's a good idea, actually, because we're going to come out with, you know, a central majority at the end of that, which, you know, people pay a lot of money for. Now, by money, I mean, you know, chess in chess currency. It's worth a few bob in game. So now we should solve the problem with this bishop, which is doing not much, less than not much. We want to play d5, and then, well, we're just giving our central majority back. So maybe not. We could play queen b6, which puts a third attack on this d4 pawn, inducing c5, which I think might be too much. But I guess they could just play bishop e3 and then threaten d5, which would pick up a piece. So probably not queen b3. Maybe we want queen c7. I like queen c7. Unfortunately, that's going to get hit by knight b5, and I don't like that. Or we could play knight f5. Or d6. Or b6 and bishop b7. d5 is incoming. It's kind of an annoying move to meet, d5. Not sure. Not sure against Valasok 0101 2014 brain symbol. Do we need to worry about d5? I think we do, yeah. We do. We need to worry about d5. It's unpleasant. Honestly, I think we're going to have to play d5 ourselves. And then we're going to be the ones with an isolated pawn. Well, we're both going to have an isolated pawn. Yeah. d5 just looked too much. Honestly, too much. Okay, now maybe we can do a queen b6, because bishop e3, there's no pawn advancing anymore. Okay, queen b6 looks natural now, so it will attack the b2 pawn, which the bishop just relinquished. Knight a4, knight coming into c4, 5. Don't know. Bishop f5 looks interesting. Yeah, I like bishop f5. I like bishop f5. Let's go. Bishop f5, try and play rook c8, maybe queen b6. Just try the normal developing. Moves. Okay, knight comes to f4. Makes sense. Putting further pressure on this guy. Too much pressure. Knight b5. Getting in here, no. Not possible. We blundered this pawn already. I mean, we can actually go here, because on takes, or well, probably knight will take. We take back. Bishop takes. We've got knight takes here. Just don't have to give up the bishop pair for all of that. Don't like the look of that. Okay, could play queen b6, taking on b2 as a way to defend this, but I don't like that either. They're just going to win the pawn back up here and do us in. So this already looks bad. I think we've already messed this up. I think all we can do is this, honestly, and hope for the best. having given our opponent the bishop pair, which is worth a fair bit of moolah. Okay, so they've gone here. Kind of get that. Basically saying, yeah, I'm not giving you this pawn back. I'm just going to win this one straight. Good idea. Didn't see this move. Knight b4, and then, you know, we've got these 3 attacks on this thing, which is then defended 3 times, but we also got bishop b2. Now then there's rook b1, which is just skewering our pieces. Okay, maybe we should go here so we can get knight to c4. Just accept that this is a lost pawn. If we get knight to c4, at least we attack this bishop. Which we need to get rid of. And then hopefully we can win this pawn back. We could be up for adoption here. We could be getting 10-0'd. I can feel it. I can feel the tide of defeat upon defeat upon defeat slowly coming in. Or maybe not. Who knows? Maybe we can turn it around, you know. Maybe we can take £400, get back to 4-0, you know, from this position. Already a pawn down against Balasok 0101 2014 brain symbol. Let's see how it goes. So we played knight c4. We're already 5 minutes down on the clock. Well, 4. Well, 3 and a bit. Okay, queen b6 played. Makes sense. Okay, so we take the bishop. They will open up the rook. And we can also take here, but then that knight's going to get kind of lost. If we go here, they'll win 2 pieces for the rook, which is a good trade for them. So we probably don't want that. But we really want to get rid of their bishop pair, I think. Even if it does open this rook, it leaves them with hanging pawns, which maybe we can play against. Okay, we probably don't want to allow him to take on b7. That would be too much. We might have an f5 after this. But they play queen takes. I didn't expect that. Okay, we really want knight f5, but then bishop will capture. Rook c8? Let's play rook c8, I think. If they advance, we can take. They can take. So maybe we want queen d6. Maybe that's a clever move. I think it is. I think that's the one. Queen d6. The queen is a bad blockader. Chess screen. There we go. We're back. We're back, guys. There you go. Just been chatting away. You're just gonna have to wait 50 seconds. I don't know why I'm telling you that. 50 seconds in the future. But it's coming back. It's coming back, lads. Don't worry. Professional. All right, quick recap. So our opponent played a line in, what was it? Was the English. Quickly won a pawn. Just made a weakness on d5. Our pawn just won it. And now we're in this position where we're kind of defending. They've tanked, but not quite as badly as I tanked. And they defended b2. That seems slow. That seems a bit slow. That's okay. So now, you know, we've got this d6 queen blockading the d5 pawn. We've got to try and develop our pieces. I think we're just straight up worse here. Straight up worse. But let's see. Maybe we can pull it round. You know, turn the tides, turn the tables, turn things around. We can play f5 at some point. Force this bishop back. Phone's going crazy. Okay, so we lost our a7 pawn. But we didn't really lose that. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe we lost our b7 pawn as well, but I quite like that we're going to get the a2 pawn. And then maybe the b2 pawn, so I think we've got no choice really. We've got to walk into these positions where we're really dicing with it. Active counterplay. Try to be active. So they're going to take on b7. Oh, traps the queen. No, take on b7. We've got rook f b8. Whoa. So if they take the b7 pawn, which they're not going to do, we play rook f b8. And the queen then has no squares. Okay, so we didn't lose any material there. On the contrary, we just improved our rook big time, and now we're threatening the b2 pawn. If we manage to get that back, then we might even be in a position where we can start thinking about playing for a win in this game, because we'd have an outside pass pawn if we manage to pick this one up. Yeah, so we have 3 pawns each on the king side. I thought that might occur, but I did also think that we could just double up. Or we can drop back here and defend our pawn. Kind of interesting, because we go here and they take this. Isn't the same trap? Oh, that's insane. That is just a joke. That is quite difficult to see as well. Somehow it just doesn't look like a trap. But that's hilarious. So if we go rook a8 and they take on b7, rook b8, which is still protected by the queen. And the queen has no squares, right? The queen has no squares. Okay, so let's do that. Because I'd rather do that than bring the rook back to defend this pawn. And it's quite tempting. Somehow. But I'm sure they won't fall for that. Oh, I said that. Yeah, not sure about that move.
Questionable.
I think we've got a better sound for that. Where is it? No. Okay, we'll have to cue that up for next time. Right, rook b8 now seems to win a queen. I think it wins a queen. Yeah. Not to be sniffed at, a queen. And for what? I guess a rook and 2 pawns. So that's 7 points of material for the queen, which is 9. Okay, right. Maybe the tide is turning. Maybe the tables are turning. And maybe we are turning it around. Or I don't know. Maybe they'll, sack the queen and then, they'll just resign. Okay, fair. Yeah, good move in the position. Resigns. Alright, we've got one back, 4-1. We're at the top. Well, we're not, we're at the bottom. And then we're going a bit higher. Alright, French defense. Nice, French defense. d5, bishop d3, Schlechter variation. It's got a German name. Presumably it was a German who came up with the idea of playing bishop d3 in the French. Alright, what should we do here? Knight e2, I guess. We could take this. Are they going to go there? Maybe they are. So we should probably play c3 then to give our bishop the c2 square. Knight c6, and this is interesting. Why is it interesting? Takes, knight takes. And sometimes you have like a bishop discovery or a bishop move that discovers an attack on this knight, but unfortunately the square from which you do that, the knight actually defends. So we do have to defend d4, that's the moral of that, but we probably don't want to go here. Why is that? I don't know, quite often this bishop gets attacked, but... yeah, that doesn't seem to be happening in this variation anymore. Yeah, so maybe we can safely just play bishop f3, and on bishop g4, just play knight d2. Nah, then they will take. Okay, so we've got to be careful. Maybe we've got to play knight e2. I don't like the look of that, though. Or maybe we just need to take on c5. Perhaps that's what it is. Yeah. Okay, and then we can just play knight c3. Sounds good to me. So queen e7, bishop e3 is no longer playable. On queen e7 we'll have to play queen e2, probably. Alright, they didn't go for that. That was an annoying move to face, though. I thought they would have played that. Alright, so we reach this position where our opponent has an isolated pawn. That's the major feature of this position, is that there's an isolated pawn here on d5. So what we want to do is trade as many pieces as possible, because this pawn is a weakness in the endgame. But with many pieces on, it can be quite good because it can threaten to advance. So we really want to plonk a knight here somehow. Okay, I think we should deal with the threat of busting up our kingside pawn structure. Well, it's not going to happen at the moment because our queen is protecting the knight, but we want to move our queen, but we can't do that without them busting up our kingside pawns. So let's play knight bd2. So we can play queen c2 or queen b3. Try and play rook e1. Don't know where this knight goes. Maybe it's queen c2, knight b3, knight d4, that kind of thing. We can try to kick this bishop. Queen d6. Okay, probably going to try and bring their bishop back to c7, creating a battery, which I think we've got. I think we've got a sound effect for that. Where is it? Battery. All right, yeah, and then there go the tunes. Right, we're still learning, but yeah. Battery. Okay, I've got to. If I click the icon in the middle, it doesn't stop the track. Yeah. So they're going to try and get this battery. You know, charge this battery here. The threat being then to take this knight, and if I can't take back with this knight, I can't recapture it because that's a mate. It's very slow. It's very slow. You know, I think in that time I could probably bring the knight back here. So should I play queen c2? Should I play rook e1? Should I play knight b3? Knight b3 just kind of, then they do what they want, which is go bishop b6. Got to do something though. I think we should play queen c2. Oh, I don't know. Leaves us in a difficult position everywhere. Let's hit this bishop and try to alleviate some of this pressure. Okay. I think we're going to have to do that. Maybe we're going to have to drop the bishop back, but I mean, it's kind of not worked out at all well if we have to do that. Okay, rook e1. Hang on. But then bishop c7. Bishop c7 will come, and then this will be the problem that we talked about. Okay, so we've got to play bishop g5. Play bishop g5, if they play bishop c7, bishop h4, and I think, oh, we still don't have time. We've got to have to go back knight d2. This is not going well at all. Malsop, got away with it. Oof. We got away with it. Okay, interesting. So we'll drop back here. The idea is we can go bishop g3. We didn't have time to do that last time. If they play bishop c7, we've gone bishop h4. They'd have taken this, attacking our queen, and threatening a mate. So we wouldn't have had time to play this move. But now, if they go bishop c7, we've got bishop g3, and that hits the queen. So there's no time for this tactic. All right, happy days. I once lost a horrible game at a tournament in a position like this. I've been outplayed. Honestly, Malsovka has outplayed us. Right. Well, this is interesting. So bishop g3 is one of those moves that's probably wrong. But it's not clear that it is wrong. If they take here, we can actually queen takes. No, knight takes, we check. We can't do that. Okay. But we can play knight takes here. If they take us, we take here. And if they take us, we take there. And if they go here, we take here. And there's a big long line. Maybe it's forced because I don't want to play knight d2 and defend this. There's also this bishop h7 check thing. What? Followed by knight g5. And the king would have to come out, right? Because this bishop's attacked. I don't think we can play knight g5 first because it's not a mate threat. So we can't do that, but we could play bishop h7. So let's just see. King h7, knight g5, and then probably king h6. And did we go too far? Let's move queen d2 in that position. There's also g4 in that position. Super complex. That might be a good move. Bishop h7, king h7, knight g5 check. King h6. Queen d2 is super annoying because I guess that maybe the king then can just retreat. It looks too adventurous. Can we play g4 and then just take and drop the bishop back to g3? If they take us and we take, we seem to be okay. I think we might be able to. It looks risky, but I don't see how else we get out of it. Again, just running out of time. Running out of time. Okay, maybe are we forced to play g4? This just looks bad. This looks pretty bad. Okay. So be it. Alright, so we're expecting bishop g6, but they could also capture and then play bishop g6. But we're going to get bishop g3 in. We're going to hit this queen. There's also this knight g4. Is that really bad? Is that really a sacrifice? I don't think that works because we can take back and then we can play bishop h7, knight g5 and queen takes g4. And they've won a pawn. Well, they haven't though, have they? Oh yeah, they have. No, they haven't. I didn't see that at all. Fuck. Completely missed that. Okay, now we can take this. This knight, is it trapped? No. We could also play this. Okay, queen d3 looks okay. Bishop g6. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. No, we're just getting outplayed. Okay, bishop here. It's also this. Okay, let's just make the normal move. Okay. Expected. I think this is a move to play. What else might be a move? queen e2, they're just going to go here, and then that's not going to help. So maybe we're going to go queen d2. At least. Oh, we could take this. Oh, that's an idea. They can't take this, because we'll take this. I think. Oh, that's nuts. And then we take this pawn, but somehow I just feel like we're just going to get toasted in that position. But maybe we've not got much else to do. We could take this, you know, queen takes, rook here, and then where does the queen find a home? Here? Try to threaten a trade of queens, play a knight d4. Honestly, I just don't think we can do that. Queen b5. I don't think we've got much chance in this game, so let's just try and take the material and run. Opponent's probably laughing at us. Is this just a fork wins material? We've got queen d1. It's not looking good, lads. Actually, there's an interesting move if they go bishop e4, and that's queen e5, which is one of those really amazing tactics where it's like you've got two pieces hanging, but somehow like you attack their queen with your queen, but if they trade, you move the other piece away from being attacked. So on bishop d5, there's queen, bishop e4, there is queen e5. And then, you know, I think that may even force a trade of queens because the queen cannot protect the bishop. So it's a tempting move. Yeah, this was probably stronger. We still play queen e5. It looks mental, to be honest. We gave up our dark square bishop and... What do you do that for? How do you get away from the trade of queens? I don't know. I don't see any other idea, so let's have a go. Queen c7, bishop c7, obviously not now. We'll take the queen. Why do I think this position's so bad? Because you might be looking at like you've got an extra pawn, what you're worried about. Well, there's a lot of pieces on the board. Queens are on the board. My king is wobbly. This knight is unprotected. My rooks are not in the game, and my opponent has the bishop pair. And I don't have a single bishop, so I can't compete with these guys. But I can bring a knight to d4. Okay, bishop c7 coming. Is that a really bad move? Takes, king here. It might not be so bad. It might give us a chance. Oddly enough. Probably what we want is just knight d4. I think that's what we want. If we go here, yeah, they will just trade. Or pick up material. This... We're going to end up with our queen on g2 or something. It's just going to be ridiculous. But at least we developed a piece. Yep. That's what it's all about. Developing the pieces. Right, bishop c7. Well, maybe we'll find a home somewhere. Oh shit, did we just have... No, we didn't. Okay, cool. Right, now we should come back here. Plonk ourselves into g2 maybe? Or... maybe don't give them the option of that. Maybe we should go here so we can go back to d2. I think that's a better idea. So from d2 we, we do more. And then we can try to bring our rooks into the game somehow. You know, having blocked the d-file like this kind of looks nice. But honestly, we're going to struggle to get anything out of this game. especially given the time situation. Right. Well, we are threatening a knight e5 though, and that will help because it will pick up the bishop. I think, unless they pin the knight to our queen. Maybe they can do that. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well. Now we go back to d2. We're happy to get into this position. Now we're still... Oh, we're not threatening that anymore. Right, but we can start to bring the rooks. Try to get pieces off. We want to trade pieces, of course. More pieces come off, the better. Oof. Maybe bring the knight this way? Has that bishop got any squares? Okay, well you can't allow that. Simply cannot allow that. So how do we offend that? Knight h2. So they can give it the bishop pair and win their pawn back. But I think they probably want more than that. No, but that position looks really good for black actually. Maybe there are better moves. Well, they've gone for it. Well, I think I have to take with the pawn, unfortunately. If I take with the queen, they've probably got queen moves that just unleash an attack on my queen. Alright. Kind of happier than I was a few moments ago. Right, this is a weakness. That's a bishop. Takes, knight takes is okay. So should we just... Maybe we could come to the c file even, just to try and get to c7. What does this rook want to do? I don't get it. Okay, let's play it this way. Try to get to c7, dark square, light square bishop. Maybe we can try to get out of this alive. I mean, I still think black is way better, because the situation with the pawns on the king side is just looks terrible for us with these kind of weird advanced pawns, leaving our king a bit open. And their pieces are just better than ours, right? Okay, yeah, that was a thing. That's annoying. Am I going to have to go back here? I can't do that. No, this is terrible. Okay, but if I take that, I can do. But not really. Yeah, that just didn't work. Okay, rook to c7. They're going to have won a pawn on the king side, queen side rather. They'll advance that, leaving this one defended. And now our knight can try to get back into the game via g4. Maybe e3. Happy if it gets collected, because that will bring our pawns back. Bring order back to the pawns. I mean, if they just defend this pawn and go and attack this, I think we're in trouble. So how do we try and get a draw out of this game? Okay, well, knights can be tricky. Bishop looks so good there on f3. Maybe we should try to get behind this guy. Okay. Alright, I don't like the look of this that much, but I don't hate it either, because this rook is now tied to the defense of this pawn. It's not so easy to defend it otherwise. Maybe with the bishop. So, but we can try and sort of bring the knight. And if we can win this back, we might have a chance. In the meantime, we'll get stuffed on the king side. Maybe. 18 seconds. Malsovka. 4 minutes. Better position. Happy days. For them. I'd stick my bishop there if I were them. If I was Malsovka. But anyway, you know, they've already just kind of completely outplayed us, so we shouldn't really be giving them advice. All right. I just don't see any way through it in this position. The bishop attacks f7, which is the only spot I can see that's a weakness that we could try to attack. This rook is excellently placed. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll try and come in to c3. Attack this. And if it advances, then we can go to b5. And then there's probably no saving it. Maybe that's what they're thinking about. Camera's looking good, isn't it? It's looking chilled when the sun goes down. All right, they're going to try and get here. I think that's the idea. But still dark square, so let's try to prevent that. They probably thought of this somehow. Don't know. It's a slow death. They can't go to d2 yet. Maybe they can drop the bishop in, and that was their idea. And we'll think about here. That's what they wanted. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Fork. So we should go here to defend the knight. Okay. Shit. Oh. Pin and win. Well played, Malsovka. Couldn't get out of that, I don't think. Was there any... No, there wasn't. Well played. Alright, so it's 5-1. If we can get out of the session 5-3, that would be alright. I don't know, maybe it's one of those Crucible sessions where they play 9 frames. I don't know. I don't know how many we're playing, to be honest. Alright, what's this? Okay. Could be a Vienna. No, it's a 4 knights. Bishop c4 is not the move. We've got a good line against that. Bishop b5, then knight d4. We attack this bishop. We give this pawn, but they didn't take it. Okay. Interesting. I think we're going to take that knight. Take this queen, pawn with the queen. And then say... Okay, this doesn't work as a fork for 2 reasons. The bishop could drop back. But then also the queen can also come in, pinning my queen to the king, so I couldn't take the bishop. Still, maybe a c6, d5 thing is going to work. So let's try that out. Maybe there were other moves. Bishop d3 makes sense. Alright, I want to play d5. The reason I want to play d5 is so I can meet queen e2 with a bishop e6. Don't really want to play bishop e7 there. Okay. So bishop d6 now. Looks cool. Charon went. Okay, so now we can castle. Oh, let's play bishop e7. Are they gonna? No, they can't do that. So we're all good. This is the how we wanted to block the check. Okay, so we should castle short, I think. Is there anything else we can do? This threatens a mate, but I mean, well, how do you? Queen h4, g3, queen h3. It's kind of annoying. Threatens bishop g4. I mean, not yet. While this is going on. I don't, maybe it's time to do that. Maybe it's time. Kind of feels wrong, like we should castle first. So if we play queen h4, it does threaten a mate. They could play f4, no. We can win that pawn. They could play h3, but we'd be fine with that. You know what? I think I quite like that. Let's say, how can they stop it though? Let's get castled. Let's not be stupid. Let's get castled first. King's safety is paramount. See, now they've kind of just, you know, ushered us in. Go on, go there. Okay, so G6 is the natural move. Now we can go here. Can we do anything else? I mean, we can take this, but probably not. It would just be a pawn for the bishop, so no mileage there. What I like about this move is it threatens bishop G4. Or, you know, we can bring the bishop into G4, hitting the queen, and they might have to play the awkward F6 there, which might just lose. To bishop takes G3, who knows? So queen H3, is it a blunder? I don't think so. Can't see a way they can attack our queen. Yeah, the bishop's looking at this pawn, but it's defended. So let's go. Queen H3. And okay, they wanted to trade bishops, but we've got this thing now. And that's interesting because it allows us to, after F3, play this move. Does it? They're attacking our bishop. So if they play F3, and we go here, and they take our bishop, what's the idea? We take their rook check, they take with the queen, we've got bishop takes F3, and we threaten mate on G2. I think they can defend that in a couple of ways, so that probably doesn't work. Okay, so maybe we need to take this. Do we have another move after they play F3? Maybe. Like taking this bishop, for example. Don't know. Bishop C5 looks good. Ah, yeah. Bishop G4, F3, then Bishop C5. Oh, that looks difficult to meet. Somehow. Maybe it's not, but yeah, that looks good. So let's go. Okay, so they're not F3. What else? Don't know. Okay, I'm almost certain they're going to play F3. Because if you don't, I mean, maybe you can play Bishop E2. No. No, you can. You can play Bishop E2. Because if we take this, then you get this. That's a really clever move, actually, Bishop E2. If we take on E5, then they got Bishop G4, exclam, which attacks our queen and our bishop. Oh, hang on, this just allows Bishop F3. Alright, then you got Bishop F1. Right, so then you've got Bishop F1 and the D6 bishop is hanging. True. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's what Queen D2 was for. It prevents this Queen H6 to defend this bishop. Okay, it looks like we've kind of got somewhere. We can play Bishop C5. I quite like the look of that. This bishop is then kind of... Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Don't know. Is this the thing? I don't think so. I don't want to go here because of Bishop F1 and then we can't defend the bishop. So Bishop C5. Okay, that's what was expected. Then we got this move. It's the natural move. Bishop Queen to F3. If Bishop G2. Okay, so that was their idea. Okay, we'll play a bit of tickle. And now if Bishop E5, we just take it, right? Okay, so this looks kind of cool. I think now we've got this idea, right? F5, F4. plonk a pawn on f4, it gets captured, that opens the g file. If they take with the bishop, we take and the pawn still has to come out. So it's a pawn sack. Maybe we want to go here. That would force trades if we push the pawn. Okay, should we rush with f4, f5, f4? Yeah, I feel like we should. I feel like the action's on the f file. f5, maybe rook, maybe even rook f6. Rook af8, and then f4. Yeah, I kind of like this pawn structure. It means there's no, we don't feel like our king is really vulnerable here. Bishop f4. Okay, no, just defend it, I think. Yeah, just defend it. And there's two ways we could defend it, actually, with rook f8. f6, sorry. Maybe that's the way. Yeah, I think that's the way. I prefer that than this rook, because then, I want to bring this rook here anyway. Okay, did we do something silly? They did that too quickly. Oh, that's what they want. I think there's a problem with this move of theirs. This is weak, right? We could play rook h6, and it looks like they're in serious trouble, but they've got h4 to block it. But what if we play bishop h3 ourselves? Takes. Okay, then they can always defend this way. So what if we play bishop f3? I think that works. So if we go here and they go h4, we've got bishop f3, and what we're threatening is like queen g4, rook h4. And it just looks like curtains. So let's try this out. I feel like this is flat, actually. They could play at f. Yeah, okay, they've done that, but this is kind of difficult to defend now for them. Bishop f3. I want to get my queen to g4, which pins the g3 pawn, and then rook takes h4 will be a threat. So this rook is unprotected at the moment, which might lead to something. We could take king takes and play f4. Somehow I feel like there's a stronger move. Maybe f4 straight away. Yeah, I think. Oh no, the queen takes. All right, so rook f8. All right, let's just continue. Maybe we've got nothing. Maybe there's no attack here. No. We'll find out soon. So they could play queen e3, I guess. That seems like an attractive move, but then maybe they walk into f4 then. Okay, that can't be the right idea. I mean, go ahead, munch them. Alright, f4. Why do I love f4? I mean, queen here is also nice. Time to break open. Somehow I feel this was too much. I feel that the next move that I want to play is actually queen g4. I'm not sure I want to take this yet. Oh, I want to capture here. That just seems to sort of help them. Okay, nice. That's a mate threat. But if we go queen g4, they take this. Oof. All right. What about rook g6? Yeah, threatening queen h4. Bishop takes, I get mated. This is a mate threat, so this is the most obvious move against that mate threat. Are we threatening queen h4? I don't know, because then they'll take this. Or we go here, which threatens a mate here. Oh, it's not a mate, actually. That's difficult. It looks good, but it hangs this. We can always take here and then here. Interesting. No, this looks okay. Of all the positions we've had this evening, this one looks like one of the better ones. So I feel this could work well. God, that sounded so corporate. Oh, it could work well. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to work well. Corporate speak. Nicolas de Salina. 2035 with 8 minutes. Plays queen takes a7. That can't be good. That has to be the end of this game. We just have to find a way. So we can take on g3. We can take on h4. We can take on g2 and play f3. We can take on g2 and play queen h4. Then take on g3 twice. I guess if we did that, that would be quite a bad threat. And you'd have to try to defend g3 somehow. So the question is, how do you do that? Probably queen f2. But does it work? Because then we just take on g3. And then we're threatening the queen. I'm also threatening queen h2. So that looks really bad. So if we just take and go here, that does look quite difficult to deal with. Except for the fact that there's rook h1. Oh, but then there's f3. The king has to go back to g1. Then there's rook takes g3, fg, queen takes g3, king f1, queen g2, and queen takes h1. Nice. If that line comes about, that would be pretty cool. Just check my calculations there. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. And has to leave us with a good position. Oh, you know what? We can't. At the end of the line, they'll have this. So we need to make sure. So hang on. Takes, king takes. Rook h1. Sorry. Takes, king takes. Queen h4. Rook h1. Oh, we can actually play rook takes g3 there as well. But let's say we play f3. King g1, rook takes g3, f takes, queen takes g3, king f1, queen g2. Right, you can't go to the second rank, so I take that rook with check. It's got to be game over. All right. And the other idea was takes queen h4 if queen f2, but then I think we've got this move. We just take on g3. All right, a lot of calculation there. Let's see whether any of it was accurate. I think this line's going to happen. It's going to be rook, king takes g2, queen h4, rook h1, f3, king g1, rook takes g3, f takes g3, queen takes g3, king f1, queen g2, king e1, queen takes h1, check. King d2. And then we've got to be careful because they are threatening g7, but surely with this pawn and this queen. I mean, they're threatening g7, but then we hide on h7. Our queen will be on h1 and it will be defending the h7 square. Well, maybe they'll see that and they won't go into that line. I mean, they've got to play king takes. I can't see a world where they don't recapture the bishop. Nicolas de Salina. Okay, this for a 5-2 and then a chance to come out of the session 5-3, which wouldn't be so bad. I mean, it wouldn't be the best performance. Yeah, okay. Queen takes h4. Are we going to see it? Rook h1, f3. And a breakthrough. King g1, If you see it now, it's a bit easier to see. Rook h1. Oh my word, what a brilliant move. Wow. Oh, I'm just losing. Rook g7. Okay, what if I go here? They're going to take this, but then we've got this. Right? Right, we've got this brilliant line if they take here of f3, check, king g1, and queen h3. And this is mate. Oh! Oh no. Well done. Oh. Alright, it's 6-1. Can we get out of the session 6-2? Oh, that was such a brilliant move. If we trade rooks, let's just show that. If we trade rooks, they take our queen, and then this pawn ending doesn't look good. Fair enough. They thought and refuted the idea. It was me with my big line. Didn't work. All right, well played. Okay, 6-1 down. What can you do? Just gotta keep going. You know, keep going. Let's turn the lights. Get some light in the scene. Oh, that's a bit aggressive, that, isn't it? Bit aggressive. Let's get going. That's a bit dark. I think I prefer that level. Let's see some game. Okay, knight f3. We're in a Sicilian. Now we've got Tiger Stripes 09, dragon symbol, playing a d6 Sicilian. Oh, I can't believe what just happened in that game. Rook takes g7. Great move, Rook g7. Great move. Oh. All right, we're in a knight off. Bishop g5. Probably going to play e6. So knight bd7. f4. Try and bring the queen in. Oh, look, we played Tiger Stripe before. It was another defeat. Maybe it was tonight. Who knows? All right, queen a5. What does that do? It pins this knight, which defends this pawn. So probably queen f3 is an idea to defend this e4 pawn. And probably going to try to castle long. Play bishop d3 maybe. I think we should castle long. They usually try like b5, bishop e7, bring the bishop to e7, castle short, these kind of things. I try all sorts of plans in the knight off. It's a really cool opening for black. This is one of the ideas. Drop the bishop, force the bishop back, and then play g5. Pawn sacrifice. So that you can bring the knight here to e5, right? Remove this f4 pawn. From where it has an excellent outpost and it attacks the queen. So that's one thing. Now, here's a question. Should we trade or should we drop back, allowing this g5 pawn sack? I kind of feel like we should trade. Right? I've been in this position before. It's not good. Maybe we can drop back to g3 there. Takes, and then at least we can take back with the bishop. But still, I kind of feel like we shouldn't wait around. And we should follow up with maybe g4, maybe e5. I mean, that is a pawn sacrifice. Maybe bishop d3. But probably g4. G4. I think that was last week on the stream, actually. We had the same position. That does look really dark, doesn't it? Need a setting in between that one and this one. That's too bright. Okay. Okay. Got to get out of the session 6-2 at least. I mean, 7-1. That's just pathetic. Pathetic. Tiger Stripes 09 Dragon Symbol. Okay, here we are in a Night-Off. Quite like this now. Parted with my Dark Square Bishop, which I don't really like. Giving up the Bishop pair. But the other option looked a bit worse. The pawn sacrifice for them and landing a knight on e5. I didn't like the look of that. So let's see what happens. We may even just play h4 and g5. Ooh, not h4, not h5. And g5. The problem with that immediately is that this rook is looking at our rook. So, you know, if we do this, they can take back. We want to take back with the h-pawn, but we couldn't because our rook would be hanging. So we should have to move our bishop first. Probably to d3. Yeah, maybe c4. Maybe we can get away with bishop c4. Don't know. Meanwhile, Tiger Stripes plays bishop e7, which expected. Okay, let's play h4 just to float the threat of g5, which we're not going to play yet, and play bishop d3. I mean, can you play g5? g5 takes. Rook takes. We take here. Bishop takes. Oh, that's defended. Our rook is defended by the queen after all that. So maybe g5 straight away is possible. Takes. They take us here. We go here. Then this knight. Well, the knight's moved anyway. We can still play g5. Maybe we should play bishop d3 first. How could they stop g5 with f6? No, because that would hang e6. So let's do the sensible thing and develop all the pieces first before we charge ahead, forge ahead, move ahead, lose our head maybe. I don't know. g5, that's what we're going to do. That's probably why they played knight d7, right? Just to take the sting out of g5, as it were. But this position's starting to look decent. I can't believe that rook g7 in the last game. Should have seen it. I mean, it's a capture and check, right? It's the first candidate move. Removing the pinner with tempo. Good tactic. Right, Tiger Stripes. A bit of a time advantage here. We've got a good version of the Night-Off. It doesn't normally look this good. Alright, knight comes in to attack our bish. Yeah. Fair. Let me just allow that to be captured. f5 or g5. I feel like f5 is the move. Yeah, I feel quite strongly f5 is good. Why hits e6, where we already have pressure. Bit worried about the rook then coming to f8, attacking our queen. So maybe we want to go g5. Yeah, g5 first, then maybe f. Well, we can play f5 after that. Or maybe we can. Well, it seems weird. Or maybe we can do that. Maybe f5 was more aggressive, but somehow I didn't like the trade of pawns on the e file, and then the rook coming to f8, hitting our queen. As it stands, we open up the queen h5 idea and then f5. is even going to pin the f7 pawn, so it puts more pressure on e6. Okay, so if they take on g5, we've got to open the h file. Yeah, okay, we have to do that. Yes, they can take here, forcing us to capture back with the queen, which isn't what we want. We definitely want to capture back with the rook. I guess we could take back with the queen or the pawn to make that a thing. Right, didn't expect that. That looks suspicious. Dubious. Looks a bit dubious. Alright, so if we go f5. Okay, the knight in c5 is protecting e6. Fair. Fair. Okay, but we could go queen h5, queen h7. They'd have to go bishop d7 and castles probably. Okay, on f5 they're definitely not going to trade, so let's do that. I guess the threat is f6, which is just an annoying move. Very annoying move to have to face, just taking all the space away from your king side. Yeah, and they can take that with check, which I'm okay with. Like, alright, now we're going to get rook g1, rook h7. Really want to play knight d5 and sacrifice this knight. Queen h5, queen g4. They take this, we take that. They take us, we seem to lose material. Okay, the other option is this. Preserving the bishop. Our final option is knight e2. Or another option, which is kind of clever, is knight e6. That's the only move that's not passive, which doesn't seem to cause a problem. If we go knight e6, which looks like it hangs the pawn at the piece, then this queen h5 check, which picks up the bishop, and I think in the resulting position, actually is really good. And this actually makes a lot of threats. It threatens the bishop. Kind of threatens this pawn, although we can't take it yet. But yeah, I think we've got to go knight e6, which is a nice move to find. Does it have an obvious refutation? We'll find out. Gonna go back dark. Oh, that's too dark, that. Oh, that was an improvement. Not quite sure what I did there. All right, so that was also an option. Bishop takes. Okay. Maybe the answer is yes. It had an obvious refutation. Okay. Now then, let's do. Well, we could do that, or we could. This pawn is weak. They're going to castle long, and then they'll be laughing. If we go here, they'll go bishop f6 probably. Ooh, but then there's a brilliant move, queen f6. That is a beautiful move. Okay, so they can't do that. So let's go here, because they might just do that. Miss queen f6. Probably bishop e7. They also can't go bishop h6. Bishop f6, queen f6. So they didn't miss that. They went queen e7. Bishop e7 rather. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're 2 pawns down, and they've got the bishop pair. But we've got some action. This bishop's shite. It's really bad. d5. Don't like that. Okay, so I think this is all we can do, really. And it's not clear how to defend this pawn, Again, bishop f6 doesn't work because we'd play queen f6. So g6. Then f7 starts to look a bit juicy. Maybe we can play knight d5 there. Interesting. Okay, so if only we could get to a dark square, we could prevent them from castling. As it stands, can't see a way we can do that. Now this looks quite bad. Again, okay, queen e3 might be a way of stopping them castling long, because we could play queen h2. A7, sorry. Okay. Let's try that, because we can also get back to the dark squares. And putting our queen on a dark square seemed to make sense. Very worried about them castling long. At least here we've got a queen g5. f6 would be queen g6 and stuff, so maybe starting to get involved. Let's see what can happen here. 2 pawns down in the Najdorf, but there is a king in the center of the board. There's a passive bishop on f8, there's a passive rook on g8, and there's no queenside attack at the moment for black. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so they just want to trade queens. Makes sense. Okay, queen g5 defends the rook, prevents long castles. And then there might be some knight a4 or summit. So I don't think we've got much choice but to go ahead and go queen g5. Yeah. So Tiger Stripes has got a good position, I think. The bishops look great. I mean, the bishops always look great in a position, don't they? When you've got 2 bishops, you just feel good. It's like, yeah, I got bishops. What have you got? A material deficit. But this bishop's not great, right? It's a bad bishop. And it's a passive bishop. Well, it was. Okay, but this is attack now. What about this? Looks completely ridiculous. I take this pawn, they take the queen, we take that, they move the king, we go here. I mean, we get material, right? We get our 2 pawns back. No, we don't, because queen takes rook in many lines. All right, so we can't do that. Queen g3 then, or queen c2. Which makes more sense. Queen c2 defends his pawn. Queen g3 would prevent d5. Also, it defends this pawn. Hard to say, so I'm just going to go g3. Okay, getting to the business end. Okay, so we are now attacking, g7. Bishop f6. Alright, so they allowed us that. Okay, fair enough. They said, fair enough. We just need to give a pawn back, one of our 2 extra pawns back, to complete our development. Oh, I don't think we've got much option. We have to take it. And they're playing at a rate of knots here, so maybe they just want... No, they can't play f6. Well, they can actually play f6, which is a very clever move. Oh, it's super clever. If they play f6, they're threatening rook g8. So we can't take this because we get mated. And if we just retreat our queen, they'll play rook g8 anyway. I don't think they saw it. Okay, so obviously we can't take the bishop because we get mated. So where do we want the queen? It's kind of funny because they can just keep harassing the queen everywhere. I sort of feel like we want to go to g2. Alright, maybe we want knight e2 just to protect this rook. Or maybe we want to move this rook. Maybe rook f1. Unfortunately, this again is a move. Like everything that attacks the queen apart from rook g8 is a move. That's why I thought f6 would have been a good move previously. Okay, so let's get off this annoyance and threaten rook takes f6 and maybe even knight d5 now. I don't mind that so much anymore because the bishop is defending the f7 pawn. Okay, now I'm going to go in and just try to make something happen. Now we're defending the d5 pawn after a trade. And we're attacking f7. Yeah, perhaps the bishop has a life somewhere now. Okay, what about rook f8? I'd be tempted by queen b5. Give up the d5 pawn, play queen d7. Okay, this bishop's terrible now. What about this? This bishop doesn't leave a good impression behind these extra central pawns. Okay. Cool. Now we've got this bishop coming in. This bishop does a good job. It protects our weak pawn here, which, you know, will be subject to mate threats otherwise. They're probably going to play bishop f8. Ah, no, but that hangs the f6 pawn. Okay. Cool. We'll bring our bishop here. Well, once we bring our bishop here, we do have to worry about mate threats. But maybe we can solve them. Interesting queen placement. Full board vision. Be surprised if we get something out of this game. We've got to keep trying, though. We've got to keep trying. Well, the stream viewership has peaked. Peaked. Hey, hang on a second. That's not a great move because on bishop e6 we actually threaten rook takes this pawn. Trouble is, if we go there, they'll just go here. So maybe we can. I mean, that's a kind of a trick. It's a cheap trick. It threatens rook takes f6. They probably want to bring the king back here anyway. Do we want our bishop on e6? I don't think we do, honestly. Bring back? I don't think we're going to bring it back. Oh, we have to make a decision. Okay, let's do it. We'll bring our queen back this way. Now, what move could they possibly play that leaves this queen hanging? Like g5, or what is actually b5? b5, they're not going to do that. Does this move make sense? Probably doesn't. So maybe they will. Oh, they can't go rook here, of course. Right, so they're defending this pawn. That makes sense. Okay, if we take it, rook takes, so we can't do that. Okay. We have actually got a check, which is interesting. It's a good bishop. Is it enough to win the game? or draw, get anything out of this game? Probably not. Okay, so we want rook c3 next. I think their idea was to push. I feel like e4 is premature. f5 is probably not possible because it just rook takes f5. And now this bishop's bad. We should be able to do something about that. It's only cost a pawn to make this bishop terrible. If somehow the position were closed, it would be better. Yeah, maybe we can get a rook c3 in. Okay, so the queen goes here. All right, well, let's plonk this rook here. And we'll be looking for something, some kind of maneuver like this. Yeah, okay, so this is an interesting idea. Okay, did any of that help? Maybe it just didn't help. Okay, so let's blockade. I guess we're going to have to play a3 and king a2. We're in a time scramble. Yeah, they're going for the check, so a3, the back rank mate, a3 king a2, light square, dark square bishop. We shouldn't have allowed this pawn to advance here. What's that doing? Okay, I'm going to go back here. This can't advance, we'll take it. Threatening this. Okay, how can we do something here? I think we're in trouble. I'm gonna go here. They went there. Okay. Clutching at straws now. Can we do anything? They're just going to push. And then we're toast. We're just getting toasted here. Utterly toasted. And that was that. Oh. Whole queen. Wow. Toasted. Mate in one. Okay, right, 7-1. I'm gonna one final game. I'm gonna go one final game. Well played. We got toasted there. Should never have allowed these pawns to advance with a bad bishop as well. But yeah. Oh well. 7-1. You know, it's a bad session at the Crucible, isn't it? Coming out 7-1. Honestly. You know, but the game goes on, you know. Snooker doesn't just stop because, you know, you went in off. It carries on. Alright, e4, e5 against Farhad 7. At least we could try and get out of the session 7-2. That wouldn't be good at all. It'd be utterly disastrous, honestly. Oh right, well, here we've got a chance. Okay. We can blunder a knight on e4 or a pawn on f7 and try and push them back. Probably the knight goes here. Oh, it's disappointing. It's a disappointing performance, honestly. 7-1. Look at that, 2069. Oh well, it's all fun. It's all fun and games. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday night. There's an Erdinger in the fridge. It's only 11 o'clock. We could carry on, you know. We could carry on. Why not? I might run at the fridge, actually. Let's run at the fridge.